new era for American cricket began in 2021.
There he goes into a dive! What a catch!
The rise of cricket was celebrated across the country. Now, with big wickets and even bigger hits, the stars of minor league cricket are back and better than ever.
Primus goes huge!
Don't miss the nation's largest league competing for the biggest prize in American cricket. The Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship returns June 25th.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Hey, you wanna do it? First over done. Okay.
Check, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Listen that. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to this Michigan Lion Oaks ground in Michigan. Minor league match between Michigan Cricket Stars and Chicago Tigers. Match just commenced. We are in the second over of the match. Chicago Tigers bowling and Michigan Cricketers batting.
Correct, yes.
Ranadeep Aleti, the bowler there.
Yeah. So HDMI out. So HDMI out from the camera is going into my computer. So what is the score? All the feed is going into my laptop OBS. So on my OBS I'm projecting.
This time, cut away towards cover point. Batsman under the impression that it will trickle after the boundary. Ball falls with a shot of the boundary. 2 runs taken.
Yeah. I thought I did it. Okay. Yeah, but you get the feed from the mic. Okay.
Charging down, misses it. Was a slower ball from the bowler, Ranadeep Aleti.
Turn it on.
Well, good afternoon to one and all watching. This is Avinash Raghu joining Arun Kumar in the commentary box. Lovely day here in beautiful Wixom in the state of Michigan for playing cricket. Slightly maybe on the hotter side, but still quite pleasant enough. Driven down to mid-on for a single. The Michigan Cricket Stars taking on the Chicago Tigers today at their home ground here. Home ground for the Michigan Stars, that is.
This time wraps on the pad.
And the umpire calls over. No suggestion there of the ball coming off of anything but the bat. And the Michigan Cricket Stars are 13 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. Opening for the Stars today are Ryan Scott, who of course on this very ground last year against the Chicago Blasters scored an absolutely blistering century. And looking quite comfortable thus far, and he's joined by one of our illustrious signees for this year, Norman Anwar. Noman, of course, has represented the Pakistan national team in a T20 international against Zimbabwe back in 2015 after just playing 4 first-class, 3 List A and 5 T20 games. So one of the prodigies fast-tracked into the Pakistan national team, a story that we've seen so many times. Top edged and flying towards long leg, but in no man's land, and the batsmen come back for a couple.
Calvin Savage, captain of the Chicago Tigers, opening the bowling attack for Chicago Tigers in his second over. Tall bowler using his height well and bouncing to the batsman.
Such a pleasure, isn't it? Looking at a nice, tall, lanky, fast bowler
Really.
banging the ball into the deck, causing troubles for the batsman.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, beautifully driven down a long on, and the fielder just about misses, cutting it off. Beautifully driven down for a boundary by Noman. Calvin just over pitching there on that occasion, and Noman Anwar taking full advantage of it. He's had a pretty good tournament. No, naturally, Arun.
Definitely,
yeah.
but I think the bowler fielder this time was a little casual. He could have easily stopped the ball.
That is true, yes. Maybe just a hint of hesitancy there on the part of the long on fieldsman. But good shot nonetheless. That's skied up in the air. Is that going towards no man's land again? Yes, it is. Falling quite comfortably short off the long on fielder. The mid-off fielder trying to run back and cut it off.
2 runs taken there.
Not sure if Calvin tried to compensate for that previous delivery there, but didn't quite succeed in pulling the length back. It was still well within the hitting arc for Noman. Wide down there down the leg side. I was saying Noman Anwar has had a tremendous start to this year's minor league competition. He opened up with a century against the Lone Star Athletics, followed by almost a couple of half centuries against the Golden State Grizzlies and the Hollywood Master Blasters. So he's wide again. Calvin probably just trying a little bit too hard there, don't you think?
Yeah. Missing the line completely this time too. So 2 wides by Calvin Savage. Makes amends this time. Beats the batsman. Good rising delivery outside the off stick.
Yes, excellent delivery there. Hitting that perfect length and beating the batsman through sheer pace. The Stars starting off on a good clip. Oh, flicked away beautifully down to the deep square leg boundary for just a single.
A left-hander and a right-hander on strike makes difficult for the bowler to adjust. Maybe that is one of the reason is bowling wides. What do you think?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yes. As we see Ryan Scott just coming down the track and wildly swinging not just the bat but also himself, and nowhere close to the line of the ball, but byes signaled by the umpire.
End of the
So,
over.
25 for no loss, the Michigan Cricket Stars at the end of 3 overs. So pretty good start here. They'd be looking to capitalize on this start. And both these batsmen, Ryan Scott as well as Noman Anwar, just based on how they've batted thus far in this tournament, seem like they like the ball coming onto the bat and they like to go after the bowlers.
Right.
Adding to the challenge, the point made by Arun just a few moments ago, where the right hand left hand combination is something the bowlers have to account for.
A good delivery to the left-handed batsman turns into a wide for the right-handed batsman.
That's true. Yes. Driven down to long off for a single. Ryan on that occasion showing a somewhat sedate side to his batting. Not something that you'd see a lot, considering both the nature of Ryan's batting as well as the nature of the format. The 2020 has indeed revolutionized the game, and it's probably the best format to advertise here in the United States.
Right. Lush green grounds here. I think the ground shots can get you only a single. These lofted
That's
shots
true.
get a lot of run. Now this is a beautiful lofted shot over long on for the first 6 of the match. Hit through the line by the batsman. Noman Anwar.
Well, Noman took your advice to heart there, Arun. He also realized that the grounds are too lush and there's no value for ground shots, so might as well take the aerial route. So that was a magnificent shot, of quite flat, really, over long on for a maximum. Takes the Michigan Cricket Stars to 32 without loss.
Good start, I think.
Yes, in just the 4th over, so clearly there'll be some thinking and re-strategizing going on in the Chicago Tigers camp.
Scoring at almost 8 per over.
Beautiful conditions here again in Wixom. Nice blue skies, white clouds, the lush green outfield. As was mentioned, lovely day here for playing this lovely game. Quite some time there in between boundaries, probably allowing Ranadeep to try and recalibrate his thoughts on what lines and lengths to bowl, maybe. Both these batsmen of the belligerent type. Quick single there to the gully fielder.
Good comeback from the bowler. Sharp rising delivery. Batsman was charging at him. Taken on the full this time, cover driven. This is slight misfield at short cover. Fetches the batsman 2 runs.
Yes, he's a hard hitter of the ball, Ryan Scott. That was blasted through the covers. The cover fielder putting in a dive, but not quite able to stop the ball or the batsman from coming back for 2. These kind of batsmen, there's literally no margin for error there. Oh, played in the air, but through the vacant point area. A backward point, I should say. There is a point and there is a gully, and Ryan Scott somehow managed to skillfully place the ball between those 2 fielders. Risky, but no damage done on that occasion.
I think he's marking his fielders very well. They're a deliberate played shot into the gap.
Rana steaming in again. Oh, swing and a miss from Norman there. Advancing a couple of paces, trying to change the length.
This time trying to go across, I think.
True, a shot that's often resorted to by the batsman in this format of the game. Quite a lot. Gets you quite a bit of value when it's pulled off well.
End of 4 overs. 36 without loss here. Michigan Cricket Stars.
Yes, keeping up that healthy run rate that they started off with.
Prithvish Patel coming into the attack now. 2 more overs remaining in this power play. Batsman trying to take advantage of these power play overs. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, 30-yard circle. For the left-hander, there's a deep square leg, almost a deep mid-wicket, and a long on.
Yes, interestingly, no protection in the deep on the offside at all. Oh, magnificent delivery there, banged in short, and the ball actually moving after pitching. Keeper did well there to grab onto it.
Moved sharply into the batsman.
Right. And it's a sign of how good the bounce and the carry is on these cement topped with matte pitches that the players are playing on. The bowler can get good value if he really puts his back into it. And that's what the bowler is probably going to look again. Banged in short again, but this time straighter. Smashed down the ground by Ryan Scott. But like was mentioned, the moment the ball hits the turf, it loses quite a bit of its momentum. And the fielder was able to come around and cut off. Just a single there. Ryan Scott quite happy to give the strike to his partner. The Tigers winning 4 games on the trot before suffering a setback in their previous game. Banged and shot again and beautifully picked away by Norman out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. That was just so marginally ever short, and Norman immediately capitalizing on it and sending it off to the mid-wicket boundary for a 4.
I think the bowler was trying for a bouncer which did not get up.
Yeah, if he was trying to hit the seam, then that certainly didn't come off, and against a batsman who's played international level, there's literally no margin for error. Oh, shot again. The bowler not quite learning from his previous delivery, but the batsman certainly did, because the last ball, if it went for 4, this one's gone for 6. Beautiful shot there, albeit one has to say easy pickings for a batsman of Norman's caliber.
True.
And that's been lofted over wide, long off. 2 bounces past the rope and into the fence for 4.
So taking full advantage of this power play over, and the new bowler Prithvish Patel, both the batsmen trying to capitalize.
And the Michigan Cricket Stars on the charge here. It's the 50 comes up in no time at all, just on the cusp of the 5th over, and the Michigan Cricket Stars are already 51 for no loss.
So great start from this Michigan Cricket Stars.
Noman Anwar was the leading run scorer for the Lahore Whites in the 2018-19 Qaid-e-Azam Trophy, which is one of the premier tournaments back in Pakistan. Feeble appeal there by the fielding team. I guess there is a suggestion that maybe the ball went off the thigh pad, but the umpire signalling wide there. He's also represented a few teams in the Pakistan Super League. The Chicago Stallions, the Sialkot Stallions, the Karachi Kings and the Lahore Qalandars. So getting that a batsman of that caliber to play and miss is indeed an achievement which the bowler will savour as we come to the end of the 5th over. 52 for no loss, the Michigan Cricket Stars.
So the last over of the power play coming up. Already 52 runs on the board for Michigan Cricket Stars. A brilliant start. So Ranadeep will continue.
Oh, that one almost hit us in the faces down here in the commentary box. Yes, I believe it bounced just in front of the boundary flags. The commentators here having to take evasive action. Such was the force of the shot. And also smashing into an SUV parked just behind the commentary box. The owner having a bit of a concerned look. The owner is the person that's responsible for setting up the media center here at the stadium. So magnificent shot there. Wild swing and a miss by Ryan Scott. The bowler getting back one of his own. Geez, that's been the facet of this game that's changed so much, right? The induction of power in almost every shot. Oh, magnificent delivery there. Opened Ryan Scott up, squaring him up big time. And the ball was just too good to even take the edge.
recently I started.
Oh, okay. Happy to meet you.
You're
Avinash.
you're from which part of India?
Chennai originally.
You were playing there?
No, not in India.
Right hand side
Here
is
you
the
Well, India I just played gully cricket, tennis. But
Here you
football I
started
started only when I came here for my masters.
yeah.
still you completed your education.
Oh yeah.
You're working somewhere?
Yes.
Which
I work for a company called Eaton. They're a power electronics.
Okay.
how long you have been here?
15 years now.
15 years.
Yes.
You must be well settled here.
I guess it's still on H1B, so
It will be okay.
there is the
Green
never
card will
ending.
take you out.
Oh goodness, yeah. I don't even have hopes of it anymore. As long as they renew it every 3 years, I'm happy.
Just come to help him.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, he just had a child. My wife and daughter are not here. My daughter is 7 months. So my mom and dad were here.
You gone back?
Yeah, they went
Along
back.
with the child?
No, then I dropped my wife and daughter back. Back in business? Apologies to the viewers, there are some technical issues. But we are back on live now as Anwar just placed that one through the covers for a single. Michigan Cricket Stars moving on to 69 without loss in the 7th over.
Prishwit Patel continuing. Trying to mix things here.
He's coming for some stick. That's what Prithvish Patel. 1.5 overs, been taken for 23 runs. Both the Michigan batsmen showing absolutely no mercy on any erring in line or length. But on that occasion, Prithvish getting it absolutely perfect. Cramping Ryan Scott for room and also tucking him up with the bounce. Such a fascinating contest this between bat and ball. The batsman looking to go hammer and tongs at every possible opportunity. The bowler trying to think up ways on how to thwart the batsman. Movement in the air and off the deck there, and Ryan Scott getting an underneath edge down to fine leg. Quite harsh this game on the bowlers, isn't it? It's that ball certainly didn't deserve to be taken for 2 runs, but that's the way the game goes. As much muscle as is involved in the game these days, the game still retains a cerebral aspect to it. Slight change of pace and length there by Prithvish, but Ryan Scott just tucks that one to mid-wicket for a single. And that brings to a close the 7th over, and the Michigan Cricket Stars are 72 for no loss. Cantering along at more than 10 and over.
How many runs Prithvish has considered in this over? Must be a better over.
Yes,
than the last
9
one.
of this over.
9, yeah.
Yep.
Good comeback at least.
That is true, considering the first one went for 16. Change in the bowling for the Chicago Tigers. Rana has been taken off the attack with 1 over left in his allotted quota of the overs.
Sami Sohail, I think, is the new bowler.
Sami Sohail replacing Ranadeep Aleti.
Both the batsmen refreshing themselves.
Once you let the batsman run away with the score, then it can become a pretty long day in the field for the bowling side. Leather hunts under the sun are no fun. Ooh, banged in short there. Bit of chin music to start off with by Sami. Ryan Scott is flat on his back at the crease. A little thumbs up sign there as well.
I think he's having a little bit concern about this. Maybe it's
Yeah, the umpire running over to give a bit of aid to the batsman. Some signs of protest from the Chicago Tigers because a couple of the Michigan team members started running in with refreshments for the batsman. But the Chicago Tigers quite right in their protest, considering the over was just done and there was no real need to bring on any refreshments of any sort. So, with the batsman himself gesturing to his teammates to head back, and all is well. Sami Ali steaming in again. Sami Sohail. Oh dear, banged in short. Not a good delivery at all. And after that delivery, the first delivery, giving it all away. And swung over square leg for 6. Some consternation there on the part of the Chicago Tigers players. Not quite sure what the problem is. The Chicago Tigers a bit aggrieved, and some words being said. Beautifully and powerfully pulled away by Ryan Scott. Sami Sohail banging that one in really short. Probably got a bit carried away by the success of the first delivery, which ended up flooring the batsman. And this time, the bouncer was not quite well directed, and Ryan Scott took full measure of the wayward delivery. .78 for no loss, the Michigan Cricket Stars in just 7.2 overs. The onus now on the Michigan Cricket Stars batsmen to maintain the momentum. And the Chicago
I think
Tigers.
they are changing the ball. Ball is misplaced.
Some indignation there on the part of the Chicago Tigers fielders. And some grumbling at the amount of time it's taking. But
I think that umpires need to take charge. They have to be a little strict on these frequent extra batsmen coming and serving drinks to the batsman.
yes, I
Frequent hold up of place. The rhythm of the bowler definitely disturbs them.
that is a good point. Yes, the umpires seem to have been a bit generous in allowing refreshments to come on the field at the end of the overs, considering how hot it is today. So, to have refreshments come in between overs is certainly not acceptable. Some measure of the blame also does lie on the Chicago Tigers bowlers as well, getting repeatedly dispatched over the boundary. It takes some time to retrieve the ball from the bushes surrounding the ground, altogether contributing to a delay.
The captain also gets into the heat, having a long discussion with the batsman and the umpire.
Yes, some discussion going on there between the captain of the Chicago Tigers and also the batsman getting involved now. Not quite sure what the discussion is about. At least seems like a discussion and not an argument, which is good. Arguments on a cricket field are never good to see, but proceedings seem to be quite civil thus far.
But the umpires are supposed to take control.
That is true, right? The traditional role of the umpire has always been the
Yeah.
arbiter, and the enforcer, not just of the laws of cricket, but also in maintaining time and discipline on the field. Are they still searching for the ball that was dispatched over the boundary in the previous delivery? Looks like it. This ball, of course, itself a replacement of an earlier one that got dispatched to yet another part of the ground.
I think the batsmen, they don't want to take on a new ball. They want the old ball to be fetched from the bushes there.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, the ball is found now.
And kudos to some of the supporting players who've taken on the job of wading into the thick bushes on the outskirts of the ground and retrieving the ball. Efforts on to discover another ball that was dispatched earlier by Norman Ungar over the long on boundary. Quite a bit of lush foliage around Lion Oaks Park here at Wixom, Michigan. And considering the kind of batsmen that are at the crease now, there is quite a bit of potential for the balls to get lost. So Arun, visiting from back home, are you surprised at the extent to which cricket is happening in the United States?
Definitely, definitely. It's a good sign. A lot of competition.
Yes, cricket here has grown by leaps and bounds. And good comeback there by Sami Sohail, pitching that one on a length. The batsman not quite sure whether to go front or back, staying on the crease and patting it down. Oh, that one really took off. No chance whatsoever, let alone for the batsman, even the keeper missing that one, and the ball speeding off to the straight boundary behind the batsman for 4. Byes signalled by the umpire, and you really have to feel for the bowler on that one. All that back put into the delivery to no avail.
Good delivery, beating the batsman, but it was bad luck. Considered 4 byes.
Yes, that one really kicked off the pitch. Probably a errant spot there.
This time
This time, probably not as well timed, and the Tigers captain gets underneath it at long on. So Ryan Scott not quite making as good contact as he would have liked, lofting that ball towards long on, only for the Chicago Tigers skipper Calvin Savage to get underneath it, who makes no mistake whatsoever. So
Good, well judged catch there.
yes, indeed. First wicket down for the Michigan Cricket Stars. 82 on the board with 8 overs almost completed. So an excellent opening stand there between Ryan Scott and Norman Unwer. And Ryan has done his job, really. I mean, he's scored 34 of 30. And scoring at a blistering rate is what he's there in the team for. So Ryan Scott fulfilling that job of his.
He was batting excellently, but this frequent mishappenings takes the toll of the batsman. His concentration.
Yes, that's a good point. You made the point about how the bowler's rhythm might get affected by the interruptions.
But when the
the same
batsman, it's
applies to the batsman too, doesn't
it's
it?
more for the batsman, in fact.
That's true, yeah. Ackerman there for the Chicago Tigers, still grumbling about something there, not quite sure what it is. Incoming batsman down for the Michigan Cricket Stars is their skipper Zishan Maqsood, and faces a nice half tracker for his first delivery that he just pulls away to the deep mid-wicket fence for a single. Zishan Maqsood has typically been coming in at number 4 for the Michigan Cricket Stars. He happens to also be the skipper and one of our celebrity players, if you will. Zishan is the captain of the Oman national cricket team. He was their skipper at the ICC World T20 last year, and he was also declared the ICC Men's Associate Cricketer of the Year for this year. So he's there as captain for the Michigan Cricket Stars here.
So Ranadeep back into the attack, bowling the last over of his spell.
Batsman cuts away there over gully for a couple. My apologies. It was actually Norman Unwer who's been facing these couple of balls. Taps it down to gully for a quick single, bringing Zishan now on to strike to face his first delivery. Left-handed batsman typically opens the batting for Oman, I believe. Holds the record for the second highest runs in a series by a captain as a batsman. And has had a good start to this tournament as well. So it'll be 41 in his first game against the Gold Star Athletics, 50 against the Golden State Grizzlies. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against the Chicago Tigers today. And a nice little welcome to the crease. Half volley on the off stump by the bowler, which Zishan gladly drives down to mid-off for a single.
Nice to see so many international players coming to US.
Away there to point for a single by Norman. Yes, indeed. It's a sign of how much cricket has grown in this country. That we now have quite a few premier tournaments happening here in which players who actually represented the senior national teams of their respective countries actually end up coming here and participating in them. Slightly beaten by the slowness in pace on that occasion. Zishan, however, still gets the ball off to backward gully, if I will, for a single.
Had the privilege of watching Lyndall Simmons last week.
Cramping the batsman for room there. Only managing to pat it down to mid-on for a single. Yes, that's a very good point for some of us recreational cricketers or just lovers and watchers of the game. It's a real blessing to be able to watch some of the guys that we've seen perform on television to be performing here live.
Was here playing the Diversity Cup last week and winning the game for them. It was nice to see performing, and after that I believe he has announced his retirement from West Indies cricket.
That is true. Yes, he has indeed. Quite interesting there that Lyndall Simmons' swan song had to be a tournament here in lovely Michigan. Norman Anwar has been off the strike for a bit while Ryan Scott was merrily going along on his way and flicks that one away to deep mid wicket for a single. Excellent opportunity for some of the cricketers here that play at our league level as well to rub shoulders with some of the guys that have played at an obviously much higher level than them and learning and playing with them on an even field. Quite an enriching experience, it must be. That ball not quite rising as much as Zishan Maqsood expected, trying to pull that one away, ricocheting off his thigh. Huge appeal by the bowler. The height probably is what made the decision go in favor of the batsman. Probably the line as well. But for a moment the bowler was extremely hopeful that he'd probably snagged the wicket of the Michigan Cricket Stars captain. But not quite so on that occasion.
This time beautifully picked up from the leg stick over the square leg boundary for a huge six. Norman Anwar so 50 comes for Norman Anwar. What a beautiful batting, striking it big. So wonderful 50. Let's wait and watch. Next ball. That's a beautiful catch. Well judged catch by the deep mid wicket fielder. Immediately after completing his 50, got carried away and placed an uppish stroke straight into the hands of widest mid wicket fielder. So that's the end of Norman Anwar.
Yes, Norman Anwar, after that tremendous hoik over the square leg boundary for six of the previous delivery, getting carried away, like my fellow commentator mentioned, and lofting that one up, only for the fielder at deep mid wicket to take a very, very well judged catch. So that brings Norman Anwar's breezy innings of 52 of just 26 deliveries to an end. So, as is often the maxim in cricket, when you have one wicket and a partnership gets broken, there is a very good chance that another will follow soon. And that indeed has what has happened here on this occasion. 98 for 2, the Michigan Cricket Stars in the 10th over. And maybe, just maybe, the Chicago Tigers sensing an opportunity here to have their tails up after having been on the receiving end of an onslaught for pretty much the first half of the innings. Prithvish Patel, the fielder, making no mistake there, taking a very, very well judged catch. That one went pretty high, and Prithvish did very well to get under it and hold on to the ball. Next batsman is Mohammad Mohsin.
Sami Sohail, I think, is the bowler.
Yes,
Picking up his second wicket.
wide on the leg side on the occasion, causing some frustration to the Chicago Tigers skipper. Understandably so, considering Sami Sohail has provided them the two important breakthroughs, getting rid of both the well-set batsmen for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Two new batsmen at the crease now. And Zishan just places that one towards cover for a quick single. As the 100 comes up for the Michigan Cricket Stars, just shy of the 10th over. Cantering along at a very good rate. But it'll be interesting to see how they keep up that rate now that they have two new batsmen at the crease. Accomplished batsmen, no doubt. But any batsman does need some time to get his eye in once he walks to the crease. But on that occasion, the batsman, as though he's been at the crease for quite a while, driving that through the covers for a single. Nice fluent drive there.
Mohammad Mohsin is the new batsman. Yet to take strike. 7. Karan Kumar, the bowler. Yeah, 10 overs done at the after the halfway mark. 101 for 2. Michigan Cricket Stars. Now two new batsmen at the crease. Off spinner. First ball. Karan Kumar. Off spinner. Bowling for Chicago Tigers. This time lofted. Over. Long off. Good fielding there. Driven straight, powerfully.
Yes, slightly overpitched there and full again on this time. Swept away beautifully by Zishan Maqsood. Not a shot we tend to see very often these days. However, played to great effect on that occasion. Down to the backward square leg boundary for just a single though. Spinner coming into the attack. Maybe with the thought that a change in the pace of the ball might bring about a change, and it has. Outside edge there, flying to the perfectly placed shot third man who grabs the chance with glee. And that is a premature end to Mohammad Mohsin's innings here. So a flurry of wickets now falling for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Third wicket down now with the score at just 103. Mohammad Mohsin, the batsman, going for an expansive drive, I assume over extra cover, but the ball on doing just that little bit to capture the outside edge and flying to shot third man. Beautifully taken catch. Looked simple enough, but those of us that have played the game know that when the ball comes off the edge, it's never quite as easy as it looks. So, well judged catch there. Ranadeep Aleti, one of the opening bowlers, the fielder there, taking the catch. Mohammad Mohsin departing for 2. And the Michigan Cricket Stars 103 for 3, as the next batsman in is Haladar Das. Haladar, I believe, is also the wicketkeeper for the Michigan Stars, if I'm not mistaken. He now joins the skipper, Zishan Maqsood. So quite a bit of responsibility now on both these batsmen. There's been a little waterfall of wickets here for the Michigan Cricket Stars. 3 falling in quick succession. 2 of them the well-set openers. And now the task of rebuilding is on to Haladar and Zishan, as Haladar just gently pats away a low full toss to the mid-wicket fielder for no run. Nice flight delivery, pretty full there, which the batsman is manages to dig out towards the sweeper on the off for a single. Haladar off the mark.
So end of the successful over for Chicago Tigers. The spinner picking up a wicket in the very first over. So 3 quick wickets down for Michigan Cricket Stars. Time for them to build up a partnership now. 9 overs to go in this Michigan Cricket Stars innings. Captain of the Chicago Tigers fielding deep at long off, trying to have his fielders in their right places. Marcus Ackerman, another spinner, wrist spinner, coming into the attack now. So after the first success of a spinner taking a wicket, the second spinner, Marcus Ackerman, immediately comes into the attack. Going round the stick this time for the left-hander, Captain Zishan Maqsood. A dot ball there.
It's good to see a spinner that's not too afraid of giving the ball some air. Too often you see spinners trying to bowl flat and fast, and oh dear, I don't quite know how that missed the stumps. Zishan there going for a big sweep and completely playing down the wrong line. And this time just sedately driving down to mid-on for a single. Yes, too often, as I was saying, the spinners, so-called spinners, end up bowling fast and flat. But Marcus Ackerman there giving the ball some air. which on this occasion has worked to the favor of the batsman. Haladar taking full measure of that full one and lofting it over long on for a maximum. Nice full free flow off the bat there, completing his follow through, as the Chicago Tigers captain at the long off fence can only woefully look over his shoulder as the ball sails past. The ball retrieved without much trouble this time. Again tossed up wide outside off stump, making the batsman stretch for it. Good return there by the skipper, Calvin Savage. Savage return, if you will. Which brings the over to a close. So the Michigan Cricket Stars 3 down for 113 at the end of the 12th over. 8 more overs remaining in this innings. Run rate holding at 9.4 and over. The Michigan Cricket Stars will look to keep that going for as long as they can. As Karan Kumar tosses that one down the leg side for a wide. A lot straighter this time, which hasn't helped his cause because the batsman just gleefully helps himself to a lofted boundary straight down the ground. Splitting the long on and long off fielders who are probably a bit too wide to deal with deliveries that are delivered as straight as on that occasion. It's a measure of how small the margin of error is for the bowler, that you err ever so slightly on the line or the length, and the batsmen seem to be able to find the gaps without much trouble.
So Haladar Das striking well now for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Already scored a huge 6 in the previous over, and now straight into the strike screen, that straight drive. He's on 13 from 4 deliveries. He faces Karan Kumar. After picking up that wicket in the first over. Ball back into play now. Good delivery. Good length delivery on the off stick. Place it towards short third man. Bowler going round the 6 for the left-hander. Captain. Wide call there. Very difficult for the bowler to adjust for the right-hander and the left-hander. Good call there, not attempting a run. Goes for the lofted strike over the extra cover. Boundary, good shot by Zishan Maksud. Good length delivery on the off stick.
Yes, the fielder there, Ackerman, down on the wideish long off boundary. Probably could have put in a dive there to try and stop the boundary, but could have possibly been tired by the fact that he bowled the previous over. Looking to take a sneaky single there, the captain Zishan, but his partner Haladar not quite interested in it. A suggestion there from the captain that perhaps the non-striker should be a bit more ready to scamper through for the quick single. Flatter on that occasion and cut away over the backward point fielder. The ball pattering out towards the boundary but slowing down in the rush outfield, allowing the sweeper fielder to run about 20 yards and cut that ball off. Batsman coming back for a comfortable couple as the over comes to an end. The Michigan Cricket Stars 126 for 3 at the end of the 13th over. Interesting phase of the innings here. The Michigan Cricket Stars will look to try and maintain the tempo of their scoring. The Chicago Tigers, having made some inroads, will have to capitalize on it by chipping in with further wickets at this time, lest the Michigan Stars run away with the runs. Oftentimes there's a lot of attention that's focused on the opening and ending phases of an innings, but it's the middle overs are no less crucial. Nice gentle breeze blowing across the ground will provide some measure of respite to the players, the fielders especially, who've been chasing the ball over all parts of the ground. The Tigers really need to get their act together here. Good job done there by the fielder at cover, cutting off what was potentially a single. Prithvish Patel, the bowler, back into the attack. Full and slightly bit slower on that occasion, allowing the batsman to smash it down the ground for just a single. Calvin Savage doing the mop-up.
Down to long off for a single. Prithvish Patel in his third over.
Prithvish, probably from his earlier spell, realizing the folly of adding pace to the ball, and on this occasion taking the pace off seems to be doing the trick. The batsmen are only able to play it down the ground, on occasion straying down the leg side. Oh dear, and a terrible misjudgment of the ball travelling across the outfield by the fielder there at deep square leg. And the Chicago Tigers captain just shaking his head in exasperation as that ball crosses the boundary for 4.
The fielder should know that, and the square, the ball normally spins a little bit after pitching.
Slashed over point on that occasion by Haladar Das, who will come back for 2. Yes, that's a good point, Arun. That kind of brings back memories of an Australian Tri-Series game I was watching from the 90s, and you hear the great Richie Beno after Michael Bevan had made a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
That the outfielders have to realize that the spin on the ball can happen not on the first, but maybe the second or even the third bounce, which is exactly what happened on that occasion. Oh dear, and this time the ball right in the slot, swung away towards the mid-wicket fence, but enough protection there for Prithvish, as the batsman just come through for a single to end the over. The Michigan Cricket Stars 135 for 3 at the end of the 14th over.
Even the best of fielders we have seen in the square region miss a lot of such deliveries. Where I think Jonty Rhodes I think he was always fielding in that cover point. Has set up standards for fielding in this game of cricket. So 135 for 3 after 14 overs. Mitansh Nityanandam is the bowler. Misses his run up. Once again marking his run up. Going to the top of his bowling run up now.
Yes, change in the bowling there for the Chicago Tigers. Getting his run up and also the line and length correct on that occasion. Was just about to be a dead ball, a dot ball, but then the fielder at point having a shy at the stumps, and rightfully so, but nobody backing up there, so allowing the batsman to come through for a single.
All the good work done by the fielder has gone for a waste.
Yeah, at least the only saving grace I think was it was the same fielder that undid his job, so it's small measure of consolation, I suppose. As Mitansh bowls that on a length but keeps it well outside off. Zishan there thumping the ball out to the sweeper boundary for just a single. Well bowled there again, coming in for praise from the captain. Oh dear, a direct hit there from point. Those are always a bit tricky. Some appeals from members of the audience, I suppose, if not necessarily the Chicago Tigers fielders, who were quite satisfied that the batsmen had made their ground. Finally, a semblance of energy in the Chicago Tigers players. Mitansh has bowled a tidy over so far. 1-1-2 in the 3 deliveries that he's bowled. And a lovely delivery there, but bad miss by the keeper. And you really have to feel for the bowler on that occasion. He did absolutely nothing wrong, and the keeper just letting the ball slip through his legs. The batsman scampering back for 2. The keeper there probably should remember to bring his body behind the ball and make use of the fact that he has pads and hopefully block the ball from going through between his legs. Good delivery. Good delivery there from Mitansh. Driven to the extra cover fielder. Placed there precisely for the purpose of cutting off the singles. Nice full face off the bat offered there by Haladar, who looks in pretty good touch. He's on 25 of 15. As Mitansh steams in again. Nice and full on the off stump again. No damage done. Just a single down to long off. The Chicago Tigers bowlers could probably learn a thing or two from Mitansh's over there. It's keeping things nice and straight and simple.
End of 15 overs, it is 141 for 3. So the last 5 overs coming up for Michigan Cricket Stars. Only 3 wickets down. Both the batsmen, the captain Zishan Maqsood and Imadar Das batting well. They are putting up a partnership here now. Maintaining that run rate of more than 9 runs and over.
Yes, that run rate has been pretty consistent ever since the start of the innings, hasn't it, Arun? So it's... Now as we come to the last quarter of this innings, the Michigan Cricket Stars will really look to build on the foundation that they've set up. And shots like those will certainly help the cause. Nicely, crisply cut away through backward point for 2. Pity really that the lushness of the outfield means that shots like these don't get the value they deserve. That shot would have been a boundary on any international ground. Oh dear, wild swing across the line from Haladar Das there, but only contacting air as the ball contacts the stumps. Middle stump flying out of the ground there, and 4th wicket down for the Michigan Cricket Stars. And you would put part of the credit for that wicket down to the previous over from Mitansh. He kept it quite tight, causing Haladar to probably sense that he needed to go for a big shot there, and Sami keeping it nice and straight. And
Sami Sohail picking up his 3rd wicket now.
Well, that's right. Sami Sohail was the man that also got the 2 set openers for the Michigan Cricket Stars. And
now he's getting the set batsman.
Right.
Haladar Das also.
It's the man with the golden arm for the Chicago Tigers here. Sami Sohail keeping it nice and straight on that occasion and subscribing to the you miss I hit theory.
So Wordsworth, the new batsman walking in for Michigan Cricket Stars.
Yes, Anthony Wordsworth, new batsman in, taking guard. Zishan Maqsood, the captain, playing sensibly down the other end, 13 of 14. And it's a telling comment on the nature of the game these days that a strike rate that is just shy of 100 is considered sedate batting. Oh dear, chance there, the fielder putting in a half-hearted dive. Probably took it a bit more casually than he should have. The ball slamming in and out of his right palm and going down to long off for a single.
Should have gone with both hands.
Yes, close-in fielders often need to be on their haunches, ready to spring towards the ball, and the fielder on that occasion not quite doing so. And Wordsworth off the full face off the bat on his very first delivery. And Zishan gets that right in the slot and swings it over the deep square leg boundary for 4. Just when you thought that there was an over that didn't include a boundary, Zishan quite acutely aware of that as the skipper and takes it upon himself to swing that one towards the fence for 4.
So definitely playing a skipper's knock here.
That one nice and wide. The umpire giving it some thought before finally stretching out his arms towards the scorer to indicate a wide. So Sami Sohail probably a bit unsettled by that previous delivery that was swung away for a boundary. It wasn't all that bad a delivery, mind you. Marginally full and on the off stump, but it was still swung across the line, which probably cost him to go a bit wider on that occasion. This time a lot straighter than there, but not quite as full, and with the fielder down there at the cow corner boundary, the batsman able to only get a single on that occasion, bringing back the new batsman Anthony Wadsworth on strike.
So 150 comes up for Michigan Cricket Stars.
Yes, 150 coming up in also in good time there, just shy of the 16th over, so the Michigan Cricket Stars keeping up their progress. A little... Oh dear, that's a magnificent throw there. Anthony Wadsworth just slightly flicking that away and looking to set off for a single, only for his skipper Zishan to resolutely refuse. But before he could turn around and make his crease, that was a magnificent direct throw. And with direct throws, more often than not, it means the batsman is in trouble. And so it was on that particular occasion. A dejected Anthony Wadsworth making his way back to the pavilion, looking back ruefully at his skipper. But you have to say, he really only has himself to blame on that occasion, doesn't he?
Yeah. But direct hits are always very, very dangerous. There was absolutely no time for the batsman to make his crease back after just going down 2-3 steps. The non-striker rightly though sent him back. Still he couldn't make his ground.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to now gauge what might be going inside the mind of the skipper there for the Michigan Stars. They're scoring at a good clip, but these regular falling of wickets has to be a bit frustrating for him. They have a pretty good batting lineup, the Michigan Cricket Stars, but they do have half the side back in the hut, and they still have 24 balls left in this innings to negotiate. A couple more wickets here and the Chicago Tigers will be right back in this game.
They'll be looking anything beyond 180.
Well, at the rate at which they're going, they would expect at least 180. Would probably be a good par score to reach, having established the foundation. As Farhan Ali is the next batsman to take strike for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Mitansh, the bowler, steaming in and going wide on that occasion. Rightfully called so by the umpire. Having gone at 10 and over thus far, you would have to think the Michigan Cricket Stars would be targeting anywhere between 12 and 15 and over, especially towards the business end of the innings.
Fashion Ali, the new batsman for Michigan Stars. This time
12 and over will get them to exactly 200, and that shot certainly helps the cause towards reaching that target, because that one has been hit away nicely over the extra cover boundary for 6. Almost a Jayasuriya-like shot there.
was well timed.
Wide and full, and it was beautifully timed, like you said. Off the face of the bat. Geez, you see such shots flying off the bat and you wonder what that bat is made of. Mitansh putting in everything into that delivery, tumbling over in his follow-through stride. He'll be quite relieved to get up and see that no runs were taken off that delivery. Michigan Cricket Stars batsmen have been exceptional thus far in punishing anything that's been slightly out of line or length. Lower full toss, and on that occasion, the long off fielder looked interested for a moment, but then wisely deciding to just hold back, let the ball bounce and come into his hands, rather than run the risk of going for a difficult catch and conceding more than the one that was conceded.
Fashion Ali, the new batsman, takes a guard.
Right in the block hole on that occasion from Mitansh. Dug out for a single by the new batsman Farhan Ali. Not quite the best ball you want to face first up. It's not a right up in the block hole. And the Chicago Tigers captain there not very happy at refreshments being brought out for, or a change of gloves there for the batsman. Brought out probably along with a message, you would think, for the captain there. Zishan there taking a wild swing at that wide delivery, but the ball was a bit too wide to be able to make contact, and the umpire signaling a wide. The umpires have been quite lenient with allowing some of the support staff to run onto the field from time and again.
Gloves are the main, which the batsman, maybe a lot of sweat there. So gloves, I think, should be allowed.
In the middle of the over, you think? Emphatically, yes, say my colleagues in the commentary desk. That ball also potentially a wide, but the umpire somewhat lenient on that occasion. Batsman probably expected it to be called a wide, letting that one go past. But a dot ball, a much needed one for Mitansh and the Chicago Tigers. Last ball of the over. Full on the off, just driven towards the cover fielder who makes a good diving stop, but not in time to prevent the single. So the Michigan Cricket Stars move on to 162 at the end of the 17th over. .38 in 3, do you think that's feasible?
Maybe. The way the captain is going. So definitely they'll be trying to go big the last 3 overs of the innings. They've got wickets in hand. Captain Calvin Savage coming back into the attack for the Chicago Tigers, trying to put brakes.
Yes, maintaining this run rate will take the Michigan Cricket Stars to 189 in the 20 overs. Calvin Savage and his fellow bowlers would be quite determined to prevent that from happening. Nice long run up. Has the build of a fast bowler. Nice easy run up to the wicket. Good high arm release, but not well directed, and at that pace all the batsman really has to do is get a bit of bat on it, which he does, but the ball not quite travelling to the fence as Zishan comes back for a couple. Calvin Savage needs to be a bit careful here. Any erring in line or length can come in for some savage punishment indeed. Beautiful delivery there. The umpire raises his finger without any hesitation whatsoever. And no hesitation on the part of the batsman to walk back as well, as Calvin Savage gets that one full, fast and straight onto the pads of Zishan Maqsood, who tries to play across the line, beaten all ends up, and no doubt there whatsoever in the batsman being adjudged LBW. So Zishan Maqsood, the Michigan skipper, gone for 28 of 23 deliveries. Quite a good innings there, but you would have hoped that he would have stayed till the end if the Michigan Stars were to reach the intended total.
Skipper of the Chicago Tigers doing the job for them, coming up with a slow, straightest delivery.
Yes, excellent observation there. It was captain to captain, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the batsmen do their job in this last.
Andre Bryce, the new batsman for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Don't think he's had much of a hit thus far this season. It's not in too many games, so he's coming in at a critical time here of the innings. The business end, the last 3 overs, where the impetus is on hitting from ball 1. No getting your eye in business. Wide and full there, lets the ball through go through to the keeper.
But a few lusty blows from this tail-enders definitely take them beyond that 200 run mark.
Full and straight again on that occasion, and Andre Bryce, the new batsman, can't do much other than just pat it back to the bowler.
I think except for that first delivery which he bowled down the leg, he has been straight, not giving any room for the batsman.
Oh, nice and full and straight again on that occasion. Unfortunately, no fielder there close in on the leg side. Desperately dug out by Andre Bryce there to get off the mark. Yes, like you said, except for that first wayward delivery, he's been spot on. The Tigers captain, Calvin Savage. He's bowled fast, he's bowled full, and he's bowled straight, which is the optimal strategy to follow towards the end of the innings when the batsmen are looking to go at it every delivery. Full and straight again, but slightly under the bat on that occasion. Farhan Ali managing to get under it, but not enough to get him more than a single off that last ball of the 18th over. Good over that one, just 4 off it. So a very productive over there for the Chicago Tigers. Not quite according to plan for the Michigan Cricket Stars, who are now 166 for 6.
We were looking at 180 at the start of the 16th over. Which looks very far right now. We last only 12 balls to go. It's 166 for 6.
Yes, Sami Sohail, low full toss on that occasion, but on middle and leg, and a bit too much to expect a new batsman to try and swing that into oblivion. Only manages to get a little bit of bat on it for a single down to short square leg. Beautiful delivery there from Sami Sohail. The Chicago Tigers bowlers really finding their rhythm towards the end of the innings. That one was right in the block hole. Straying onto the pads on that occasion, but no damage done really, as the batsman desperately scampered through for a single. Leg bye called by the umpire on that occasion.
So Chicago Tigers will not mind this 1 or 2 singles here and there.
Not at all compared to the onslaught they were at the receiving end of towards the start of the innings.
He's clean ball now.
Beautiful delivery there again, ricocheting off the pads and onto the stumps. 2 out of the 3 stumps lie on the field as the batsman Farhan Ali departs back to the pavilion. And this is shaping up to be an excellent over from Sami Sohail.
Picking up his 4th wicket of the innings.
Yes, could be the match winner for the Chicago Tigers, as only time will tell. But he's been instrumental in curbing
Definitely.
the scoring of the Michigan Cricket Stars. Every time they've threatened to run away with it, and there's been a batsman that looks to have gotten his eye in, the Chicago Tigers have turned to Sami Sohail, who's delivered every time. 4 wickets against his name, 4 very good batsmen, 4 crucial wickets.
Mohammad Umar Iman.
Another left-hand batsman, Mohammad Iman, now taking strike for the Michigan Cricket Stars. And keeping it nice and full again. So Sami Sohail obviously in very, very good rhythm. He's just bowling those full and fast deliveries like clockwork. And you can only empathize with a new batsman that's coming in to face this high quality of bowling.
He's under 21 promising player.
I see. And that one was in the slot, but not good contact made. But on that occasion, the long on or the cow corner fielder weren't quite sure who was going to go for it. The cow corner fielder started running in from the boundary. He had a substantial way to cover and didn't quite succeed in reaching the ball. The batsman spending some time anxiously looking up at whether the fielder will make it, but thankfully they also had enough time to come back for a second.
So end of Sohail's brilliant spell. 4 for 29 of his 4 overs.
Yes, an excellent spell indeed considering the circumstances from Sami Sohail. He's done the job his skipper would have wanted him to do. And the skipper himself now trundling in. Fires that one wide. The batsman gesticulating to the umpire that one should probably have been called a wide. The umpire not in the least bit interested in honouring the batsman's wishes, and rightfully so, one would think.
So the last 5 deliveries coming up.
Yes, that ball quite close to the wide line, but the bowler can make full use of that real estate. Oh, that one was full and flush on the pads, but the umpire walking away. Half-hearted appeal there from the bowler, but the ball probably going down the leg side. Not much support there in the appeal. Did move a fair bit across the batsman on that occasion.
Ball flies off the edge. Running down to third man. No fielder there. 2 runs taken.
Good return there by the fielder, right into the keeper's gloves beside the stumps. Again, one of those occasions where you really have to feel for the bowler there. Not all that bad a delivery, but still flying off the outside edge, enabling the batsman to come back for a couple. Calvin Savage nicely mixing it up there. Change in pace, taking pace off the ball on that occasion, completely foxing Andre Bryce there, and the ball going through to the keeper. And that's what is so key at the end of the innings, isn't it? The bowler mixing it up, his pace, his lines, his lengths.
Batsman also new to the crease. Can't do much about it.
Oh, nice unfull onto the pads. The batsman has actually collapsed. Has the batsman fallen outside the crease? The bowler seems
Good
quite
gesture
impressed
from the
there.
bowler on his follow through. He could have easily stumped him out.
Yeah, not quite sure if the batsman was inside there, maybe, and if he was indeed outside, then yes, that is a good gesture there of sportsmanship from the Chicago Tigers captain. That ball probably getting some part of the batsman's leg as well, bypassing the pads. Seems to be in a little bit of strife, Andre Bryce.
The last ball of the innings. This time it's called a wide.
Yes, so Calvin Savage there. This has been an excellent last over. Only 3 conceded so far, and even that one of them was a wide. So it's been magnificent from the Chicago Tigers captain. Has to re-bowl that final delivery. And fires it in on the pads. Not much damage done again as the batsman scamper through for just a single. So at the end of the innings, the Michigan Cricket Stars have managed 174 for 7. The Chicago Tigers would probably be quite happy with the way they've pulled back things after the initial opening partnership threatened to run away with the score. Magnificent last over there by Calvin Savage, the Chicago Tigers captain, setting an example, albeit towards the end of the innings. 175 to chase for the Chicago Tigers. What do you think, Arun?
They'll have to have a good power play.
Yes, the start of the innings is going to be as crucial for
Michigan
the Chicago
Cricket
Tigers.
started very well. They were going at almost 12 and over in those power play. Now, Chicago Tigers should have a good start to chase down that total.
Indeed, and we will bring you the chase in a few minutes. Probably a break for about 15-20 minutes there.
Yeah.
And we will be with you at the start of the second innings. So please don't go anywhere, and please do join us to see how the Chicago Tigers' chase shapes up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, it's okay. So welcome back to all our viewers. Very good afternoon to all of you. Hopefully you had a bit of a refreshing break as the players would have had. We have reconvened for the start of by the Chicago Tigers. So welcome back to all our viewers. Very good afternoon. 175 the target for the Chicago Tigers. And to start off the chase from the opening batsman from the Chicago Tigers are Charan Sai Teja, who is on strike, Karan Kumar, the non-striker, Zia Khan to start off the proceedings, and pulls up en route to his delivery as he misses his stride. Zia Khan has taken a few wickets in this competition thus far. He's typically provided a decent start to the Michigan Cricket Stars bowling. Not so much on that occasion as he starts off with a wide down the leg side. Day getting progressively hotter here in Wixom, Michigan. And Zia Khan probably just trying to deliver a loosener there, just ambling into the wicket, rolling his arm over. And a bit more effort behind that delivery, beating the batsman. All ends up, ball going through to the keeper as the batsman squares up ever so slightly. Lovely line and length to start off there. Always gives the bowler a lot of confidence when you start off in that fashion. And trying a bit too much on that occasion, banging the ball in short, but the line not quite optimal to threaten the batsman in any form. Down the leg side, and the umpire calls a wide, quite rightly. Two for no loss, the Chicago Tigers after one legal delivery. Both the runs coming courtesy of the hands of the bowler Zia Khan, who manages to land that ball much better than he did on the previous occasion. The batsman just playing it away backward of point for a single. Always a relief there for the batsman to get off the mark, as Sai Teja would have felt on that occasion, bringing Karan Kumar to face his first delivery. It's absolutely crucial that the Chicago Tigers get off to a bit of a flyer here in the power play. The leg stump lighting up a bit momentarily there, not quite sure why. However, the umpires don't seem very concerned, and neither should we. Oh, beaten there outside the off stump. Casual stroke there, throwing the bat at that wide one from Zia Khan. And the umpire, after a moment's hesitation, calling that a wide. Karan Kumar there would be quite relieved that he didn't get an edge on that one.
Dropped on this occasion, straight to the fielder. Straight to the square leg fielder. Ball pops out. Lucky escape for the batsman. 2 runs taken.
Yes, Karan Kumar there starting off living a bit dangerously. Luckily enough for him, the fielder spilling that chance. The bowler would have been quite frustrated there to see his effort comes to naught, but channeling that frustration into delivering a good delivery on that occasion. Nice, good length. And the batsman defending solidly there for a single. Sai Teja on strike again. Oh, beaten all ends up again. Beautiful delivery by Zia Khan. Pitching on length, moving ever so slightly off the seam, drawing the batsman forward in try and attempt a fend off. And lucky enough for Sai Teja, he did not get a nick. That ball just too good to get a nick off the bat. Good start here by Zia Khan, finding his rhythm right at the outset. And beaten all ends up again. So Zia Khan causing some real problems here for Sai Teja, the left-hander. He's managing to pitch the ball on a good length and get it to rise up off the seam and go through to the keeper. And Sai Teja not able to get even a modicum of willow onto any of those deliveries. Good start there by Zia Khan. Looks in good rhythm. 7 for 1 at the end. 7 for none rather at the end of that first over. But it was a lot better than that number might suggest. Andre Bryce, the next bowler for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Wide on that occasion on the offside, and the batsman taking full advantage of that scoring opportunity, sending the ball hurtling over the boundary line at deep extra cover for a boundary. Karan Kumar finding the line, length and pace offered by Andre Bryce on that occasion, much to his liking, and freeing his arms. Oh dear, this time the batsman getting carried away. Karan Kumar just skies it. A bit of confusion there. Collision and catch taken safely at the end as Karan Kumar trudges back to the pavilion. Dejected, he only has himself to blame for that shot. Having been able to free his arms on the previous occasion, there was no need for him to go for that shot. Andre Bryce foxing him into skying that one, and momentary confusion there between the bowler and the fielder coming in for that catch. However, all is well that ends well is the idiom as it goes, and the fielder on that occasion pouching the catch comfortably. Oh, in fact, the catch has been credited to the bowler, Andre Bryce. So, looks like it was the bowler with that rather delightfully bright pink mop of hair at the top of his head, providing the first breakthrough for the Michigan Cricket Stars. 11 for 1, the Chicago Tigers, midway through the second over. Change in line from Andre Bryce to the new batsman, Saad Ali. Energetic appeal there by the Michigan Cricket Stars players, but the ball comfortably sliding down the leg side. No scope for an LBW decision there in favour of the bowler. Shot and wide on the offside, cut away over the backward point for a boundary. Beautifully played shot there by Sai Teja. Bryce going a bit wide and a bit short there on that occasion, and Sai Teja makes no mistake in latching on to that freebie from the bowler. And they're chasing a pretty steep target there, the Chicago Tigers, so they need more shots of that kind. Oh dear, that one was on a length on the offside, wide open space in the sweeper area, but the ball not quite making to the fence. So the batsman hustling back for 3. Good running there by both these batsmen. Sai Teja can justifiably feel a bit aggrieved there. He got quite a bit of meat on that one, but the ball still not quite making it to the boundary.
Syed Saad Ali, the left-hand batsman. New batsman coming to the crease, facing Bryce now. Another lofted drive into the cover region. 2 easy runs taken.
It's a testimony to the confidence with which Saad Ali has walked to the crease. The first ball, yes, there was a bit of room there, but still takes a bit of courage to go for a lofted shot off your very first delivery, even in this format. So Saad Ali showing ample confidence there on that occasion, as the Chicago Tigers move on to 20 for 1 in their first 2 overs. So keeping up with the run rate so far.
Yeah, though they lost a wicket, they're keeping the pace. They know they have to chase 175 for victory in this game. So they have to take advantage of this power play overs. After that, the field will be well placed. They can play their shots over the infield. So Zia Khan continuing. Sai Teja on strike.
Yes, Sai Teja was troubled quite a bit by Zia Khan in that first over. It'll be interesting to see if Zia is able to maintain that control. Not quite on that occasion as he strays again down to the leg side, and Sai Teja lofts that over long on, and the ball almost makes it to the boundary, but not quite. The fielder's body language quite casual there, as not quite sure if the ball crossed the boundary or not, but no signal of any kind from the fielder or the umpire. So 2 more runs there to Sai Teja. It was a pretty good shot. Lofted off a length. Zia Khan compensating now for the line. That one bowled quite wide off the off stump. Sai Teja still managing to get the toe end of the bat. No power in the shot whatsoever, and no runs also as well. And looks like there was a nick on that occasion, and yes, the batsman walking, not even waiting for the umpire's signal. Immediate shouts of celebration from the infield fielders of the Michigan Cricket Stars. So big breakthrough there. Sai Teja was looking in good touch and looking to up the ante, but Zia Khan, who had troubled him quite a bit in the first over, getting the edge that had eluded him in that first over, and the edge being pouched safely by the wicket keeper. So Chicago Tigers lose their second wicket now, 22 for 2 and in 2.2.
Yep. Batsman trying to run it down to third man. Third man was very deep. Manages to just nick it to the keeper. Only 2 fielders outside the circle. Deep third man and deep mid wicket.
I keep going back to one of my favorite commentators, the late great Australian Richie Benaud. He would have been delighted at this score. 2 for 22, he would have said, in 2.2.
All twos.
There's actually a pretty famous video of Australian cricketers trying to mimic Richie Benaud, who's a legend obviously for them. All of them saying 2 for 22, like how he would say in his distinct voice. Oh, beaten all ends up on that first delivery, the new batsman.
So Chicago Tigers in trouble. Already lost 2 wickets in this power play. We are into the third over.
Manan Patel, the new batsman. Slight delay in updating of the scorecard. Oh dear, that might be close as well, but the umpire not really interested. Loud appeal from the bowler, who was obviously pretty interested, but might be doing a bit too much in terms of the height and going down the leg side. Nervous moments there for the new batsman Manan Patel, but he's still there.
Batsman is of short stature, so height may not be. This time bowler's back drive couldn't cling on to the return catch.
Oh dear, Manan Patel living dangerously there. That one was just chipped gently back to the bowler, who couldn't hang on to it in his follow through. That would have been disaster for the Chicago Tigers, losing another wicket at this stage. They really need to get these 2 batsmen to stay there, consolidate, albeit also score at a decent clip and make use of the power play, of which 1 more over exists.
I think this is the 4th over coming up.
Right. So if at all they can capitalize on the fielding restrictions, it would be on this over. But then there is the not so insignificant matter of the fact that 2 wickets have already fallen down. and therefore the Chicago Tigers find themselves in the situation where they have to be aggressive yet circumspect at the same time. As Andy Bryce runs in again, slower ball there to Saad Ali, who safely negotiates that. What do you make of that hair color, Arun?
Nowadays, these colors, when the batsman come to the crease, for batting, he's fully with his helmet on, but while bowling,
oh, magnificent shot there by the batsman.
six.
Pounces just inside the ropes for a boundary. Good eye there from the umpire, signalling 4, and rightfully so. That one on a good length on the off stump, and Saad Ali making very good contact there. One bounce over the ropes for 4. I was almost about to say before that, when we were talking about the nice bright pink shade on the top of the bowler's head, it's amazing the batsman hasn't said that's distracting me. But clearly, based on that shot from Saad Ali, there is no distraction whatsoever. He saw the ball big and clear out of the bowler's hand and
What
dispatched it
happens now
duly.
if the batsman says that it is distracting him?
That's a good point, ma'am. They might just ask the bowler to wear a cap, maybe, and deliver the ball.
Because it's very brightly colored.
I remember Courtney Walsh once on a tour of Australia laughing and backing away when Colin Miller was about to deliver the ball because his hair was shaded a bright blue, and I think in the Perth or the Brisbane sun it just made sighting the ball impossible. Good comeback there by Andy Bryce, and good recovery to recover the ball in his follow through and have a shy at the stumps as he tumbles away. Good backing up there by the fielder at square leg, showing good presence of mind. Otherwise, that might have been an extra 2 runs for the Chicago Tigers.
No, but showing that kind of over enthusiasm, you may get injured also.
Yes, that is a good point. There is still a fair ways to go in this tournament, and the last thing the Michigan Cricket Stars would want is Andy Bryce injuring himself. So, but no harm done on that occasion as Andy Bryce steams in again. Over the wicket this time, bang in the block hole. A little bit of interest shown by the non-striker in trying to scamper through, but refused by the batsman, and rightly so. Been a pretty good over so far from Andy Bryce. Oh, that one's been cut away over gully. No protection there on the boundary, but the ball crossing the ropes. In fact, I thought for a moment that the ball had pulled up and the fielder had reached it inside the boundary, but apparently not. And a boundary there to end the over from Andy Bryce.
A lot of room given there.
I apologize. There's one more ball left in the over. Manan Patel there finally getting bat on ball comprehensively and opening his account with a boundary. And having got some wood on the previous occasion, this time slams it down to the long on fielder, who has a little bit of a fumble that allows the batsman to come back for a second. So at the end of that over, the Chicago Tigers are 33 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Two more overs to go in this power play.
No, I believe that's the end of it. I thought the power play is only 4 overs in a T20 game. Oh, it is 6 overs. Okay. So yes, as my fellow commentator mentioned, rightfully, 2 more overs to go in this power play. That sounded pretty hard off the bat. No runs there, however. Down to mid-off. Oh dear, chance goes begging again at a square leg.
This time hit over the mid-off. Straight down the ground for a bounce shot that.
Yes, adding insult to a bit of injury there for Mohammad Mohsin. Chance went a begging on the previous ball. The batsman sweeping straight to the fielder who grasped it. And to make things worse, the next ball has been summarily dispatched over the long off boundary for 4 runs. A bit of frustration there probably for Mohammad Mohsin, not really showing it. Fielder probably feels terrible on this occasion at this moment, having grasped a chance of the previous ball, only sees the next one sailing out towards the fence for 4. Saad Ali looking in somewhat good touch. 2 boundaries already to his name. 11 of 7. Manan Patel is on 6 with a boundary to his name as well. And the Chicago Tigers looking to step on the gas. Good delivery there by Mohsin. Straight, somewhat drifting in the air as it approached the batsman, causing the batsman to play a bit circumspectively on that occasion. Oh dear, this time that ball wasn't really good enough, and the fielder there getting a bit affected by the sun coming out from the west, blaring straight into his eyes, and trying to take evasive action, but he was in no danger whatsoever because that ball sailed about 20 feet over his head and into the bushes beyond the boundary. So a huge 6 there by Saad Ali. Overpitched on middle stump on that occasion, and not quite the ball to bowl when a batsman is looking to go after you. So which Saad Ali did to great effect on that occasion. And we get a bit of a break as the fielders go back to one of their regulation tasks of trying to hunt for the ball in the bushes. ball has been retrieved and duly presented back to the bowler, who manages to bowl a dot ball on that occasion to finish off his over. And the Chicago Tigers end their 5th over at 43 for 2. Good temperament shown there by Saad Ali, having dispatched the previous ball over the mid-wicket boundary. Quite circumspect on that occasion and content to just bat the ball away. Farhan Ali comes into the attack for the Michigan Cricket Stars. Manan Patel, the batsman. And Farhan Ali also pulls up en route to his delivery stride. Always sensible for the bowler to take some time if he misses a step, instead of rushing through with the delivery, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Oh,
dear.
huge wide.
Wild delivery from Farhan Ali on that occasion. Keeper did well to try and stretch his arm out and stop the ball from going past him on that occasion. Wide again, probably on that occasion, and yes, signaled so by the umpire, and rightfully so. Always good to get a bit of a couple of these wides as a new batsman when you're facing a bowler you haven't faced before, isn't it? Lets you gauge the pace and the bounce of the pitch and the bowler without causing much trouble to yourself. Manan Patel there should have got a bit of a measure of Farhan Ali. Much better from the bowler on that occasion, fuller and not so far wide. So the batsman not quite able to dig that one off, and the ball going through to the keeper. As we say in the 2020 game, dots are gold.
The bowler trying to take the ball away from the batsman. Three similar deliveries bowled, two called wide.
Again full and on the off, and the batsman going for a full swing of the bat but not making contact with the ball on that occasion. Manan Patel just needs to take some time and settle himself down a little bit.
The batsman trying to swing without moving his feet. Probably that is the reason he's not getting to the pitch of the ball.
Astute observation there, Arun. Yes, indeed. There wasn't much foot movement there, was it? Yes. The old timers always say a stride back and a stride across as you're getting ready to face the ball, to bring your eye line in line with the ball. And as much as as much innovation as we see in batting these
But
days. The
that-
basics
that
still
is
remain valid.
copybook cricket.
Right.
Now it's different cricket being played nowadays.
Getting the toe end of the bat on that occasion, hitting straight to point, who makes no mistake. So Farhan Ali, after those two wides, hasn't really conceded anything off the bat. You just sense that something's got to give here. Manan Patel probably is going to try something the next couple of deliveries. But even if he wants to, he can't quite try on that occasion. Full and fast and wide from Farhan Ali again on that occasion. He's bowling to a plan clearly. He's packed the offside field. He has a protection out on the sweeper boundary. And he has enough protection within the circle. And all he's doing is firing the ball fast and wide of the off stump, just inside of the wide line, to not antagonize the umpires. Struggling with his run up again on that occasion, or probably also distracted by an audience call as he was running into bowl. You can almost sense the tension build up in the Chicago Tigers camp at this point. Full toss, and luckily for Manan Patel, that ball going through the vacant area between point and mid-off, or cover and mid-off, I should say. Sweeper running in and doing the honours, cutting the batsman down to a single, which brings Saad Ali back on strike. Saad looking the more fluent of the two batsmen at the moment. Ooh, attempted slower ball there. Probably a back of the hand delivery. The batsman was probably hopeful of trying to get a full toss above the waist. No ball, but the ball dipping below the waist as it went past the batsman on that occasion. The decrease in pace, no doubt, helping the bowler's cause there. So deceiving the batsman on that occasion, and the batsman lets the ball go through.
Anyway, a good over for the bowling team.
Yes, 46 for 2 at the end of 6, the Chicago Tigers. End of the power play. So you'll probably see... What do you think is going through the mind of the Chicago Tigers skipper at this point? You think they'll try and keep the aggressive close in field, or you think there's a chance that they'll spread
They
the field
can
out?
try for the next 1 or 2 overs. They can try to pick up wickets here. Just have odd man out on the fence for the spinner, because these batsmen trying to play those lofted shots.
Norman Anwar now coming into the attack for the Michigan Cricket Stars. He's pushed out the sweeper. There is a deep wide long off. Oh, and they definitely have more fielders now out on the boundary on the leg side, and justifiably so on that occasion. That one dropped short, pulled away towards the square leg boundary, where thankfully Norman had a fielder shielding him there and allowing only a single on that delivery. Saad Ali now the batsman facing Nauman Anwar. Fired down the leg side, chipped. Momentary excitement there in the bowler's mind as he thought that might have been a catch, but the ball dropping well short of the square leg fielder. Bowling to a plan here, Nauman Anwar. Oh dear, that one was pitched well up, and the batsman responded by sending it well over the long off fence for a maximum. The umpire waiting for confirmation from the fielder, but I don't think there was any doubt there whatsoever in that ball being dispatched for a 6. .50 comes up for the Chicago Tigers as they move on to 53 for 2. 6.2 overs bowled as Nauman Anwar throws that one wide in an effort to try and curtail Saad's hitting arc, and ending up conceding an extra. This one fired in and hit hard into the pitch, bouncing over the bowler's head for a single. Nauman Anwar, as we previously mentioned, has played a game at the highest level. Represented his country, Pakistan, in a T20 game against Zimbabwe back in 2015. Put some thought into that one, trying for a ball of the century a la Shane Warne, but not succeeding in bringing the ball back as much as the late legend and conceding a wide. Oh, nice and full and in the slot, and the batsman gleefully accepts that gift from Manan Patel, hoisting that one over the long on fence for a 6. So a bit expensive already this over from Nauman Anwar. 2 6s already coming off of it. And suddenly Manan Patel, who was looking somewhat uncomfortable initially, has moved on to 14.
Good. He's striking it if it is within the arc. Normally, otherwise he should just push it for a single and give strike to Saad, who is also striking big, because they know the target is very big. Well spread out field.
Yes, that brief barrage of runs of Nauman's over would have certainly pushed the Michigan Stars think tank into being a bit circumspect and having as many fielders as possible out on the boundary. Although when the ball clears the boundary like it did in the previous over, it doesn't really matter if the fielders are right on the boundary, does it? I mean, it's who needs fielders when the ball lands about 15-20 feet outside the boundary?
I think after the 2 big hits, ball also lost its shape. Umpires are inspecting it very closely.
Yes, with the proliferation of equipment all over the world, and with the kind of bats that get produced these days, the wood lightly pressed but nice and thick with big sweet spots, it can damage quite a few balls considering the hard hits batsmen tend to go for in the game today. Umpires taking their time to examine the ball. providing the chance for some of the fielders to take a bit of a break, grab a sip or two of some beverage, letting the bowler maybe take some time, settle down, give some thought as to how to curtail these two batsmen who seem to have found some rhythm going. One more ball left in this over. 62 for 2, the Chicago Tigers. And that run rate gradually inching up. Fired again down the leg side, and the ball just going off the thigh of Manan Patel down to square leg for a comfortable single. 63 for 2 at the end of 7, the Chicago Tigers.
So good productive over for the Chicago Tigers. 2 sixes, huge sixes coming in that over. Farhan Ali coming back into the attack. Bowled a good last over, though considered 3 wides. Farhan Ali with his longish run up, top of his bowling, runs in now.
Conceded only 3 in his first over, so it was a good start. Great change up there on that first delivery, taking the pace off the ball and foxing the batsman. Ball going through to the keeper. Nice long run up, like you mentioned, Arun. But the more the steps to take, the more the potential for some missteps as well as on that occasion. Farhan Ali again missing his mark en route to his run up. En route to the crease, rather. Chicago Tigers needing 112 in 13. As Manan Patel just taps that down for a single. They'll need a lot more boundaries there. 8.7 the run rate required at this point of time, and the Chicago Tigers are actually maintaining that. So they're at 8.8. So nothing extraordinary to be tried. They keep going along at this clip. Might make for a very interesting game as we come towards the finishing overs.
I think every over they should have a minimum 1 boundary.
Absolutely. Change of pace again there, and a brilliant dive off his run up by Farhan Ali. Maximum commitment there by the bowler, curtailing what would have surely been a run or even 2 if it took time for the long on fielder to charge in. So great effort there by the bowler. Shot on the leg side, frustration from the batsman at not having taken full advantage of that delivery. But a bit of friendly camaraderie between the bowler and the batsman on that occasion. Just a single. Chicago Tigers moving on to 64. Saad Ali has scored 24 of them. Of just 15 deliveries, 2 fours, 2 sixes, a strike rate of 160. Crunched away off the back foot through the offside field, but the Michigan Cricket Stars have got their field placings right thus far. They had a fielder doing the mop-up job out on the sweeper boundary on the offside. Some of the shots sounding really good off the bat, but not quite fetching the value you would expect them to fetch, isn't it?
They have to go over the fielders, but field is well spread out. They're just conceding only singles, though beautiful shots are being played here. Beautiful cricketing shots.
No ball called by the umpire, so a free hit there. The batsman, of course, cannot get out on a free hit other than being run out. And invariably there is an expectation that the batsman will go for it off a free hit. Farhan Ali overstepping on that occasion.
Patel has to take full advantage of this free hit. The bowler can change the field because the batsmen have taken a run.
That is true, yes, that is yet another astute observation by you, Arun. The field can indeed be changed. Manan Patel will be looking to dispatch this one, but not quite succeeding in doing so. Very well bowled there by Farhan Ali. No damage done there off the free hit. And ending that over with a dot ball. The Chicago Tigers are at 68 for the loss of 2 wickets at the conclusion of the 8th over. It does seem like it's been a bit of a sedate period in between here in the match, but if you follow the score, the Chicago Tigers aren't all that off the required run rate, 8.5 versus the required 8.9. So the Michigan Stars can't really relax, and that kind of can be the danger on some of these occasions. Idyllic summer day, the game seems to be meandering before you know it.
But they seem to be playing a waiting game. They know bad balls will come their way for scoring.
Absolutely, and as long as they can keep the wickets in hand and keep the depth towards the back end of the game, they can pick and choose the opportune deliveries to dispatch over the boundary. Quite sensible batting thus far from Saad Ali and Manan Patel for the Chicago Tigers. Nice breeze setting up across the ground as we head into a quite hot yet glorious summer evening here in Wixom, Michigan. The Lion Oaks County Park, amongst the better grounds in Michigan. Nice lush outfield, a good true pitch, although you might say it's a cement pitch topped with mat. How untrue can it get? But this is a very nice clean surface, no blemishes under the mat. The mat has been put on well.
Arjun the new bowler.
Arjun Vajula comes into the attack for the Michigan Cricket Stars, and as have his colleagues, straying down the leg side for that first delivery, which Saad Ali just gleefully flicks down off his hips and comes back for 2 runs. Yes, this is a good pitch. Offers The ball comes nicely onto the bat, which is to the liking of the batsman, and also offers good bounce and carry through to the keeper for the bowlers. So you can expect a good even contest between bat and ball, and the bat winning handsomely on that occasion. That ball was right in the slot for Saad Ali, and who duly dispatched it over the commentary box for 6.
Good hit that from Saad.
The commentary table here at Lion Oaks Park is situated quite straight, and some of these hits have caused some concern amongst the commentators for their safety. No concerns whatsoever on that occasion. The ball sailing over the fence wide of long off on that occasion. The bowler trying to compensate in his line by bowling that a bit wide of off stump, only allowing the batsman to free his arms and swing through the line. And the long off fielder only can watch the ball sail over his head for a 6. So just as we were saying that there's been a bit of a sedate period, the batsman finding some momentum. Saad Ali with those 2 big hits has moved on to 40 of just 20 balls.
Great batting by Saad.
32 of the 40 coming in boundaries, 4s and 6s. Short and wide off the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder. So no run on that occasion. To those of you that are joining us now, the Michigan Cricket Stars batted first and scored 174 in their allotted 20 overs. The Chicago Tigers in reply are 82 for 2 in the 9th over. Wide and short there to the fielder, but still enough time for Manan Patel to scamper through to the keeper's end without any danger. This match being played at the Lion Oaks County Park in Wixom in the state of Michigan. Home game and home ground for the Michigan Cricket Stars. And presenting this game to all of you watching on Willow are your commentators Arun Kumar and Avinash Raghu. As that one was bowled in the channel outside off, not quite wide enough to cut, and the ball going through to the keeper.
Good finish to the over by Arjun. After conceding those 2 huge 6s, making a good comeback.
Yes, a bit of an expensive over there. 15 off that over. First over from Arjun Vajala. Farhan Ali keeping things a bit tight at the other end. Just 8 of his 2 overs. It'll be interesting to see if the skipper Zishan continues with Farhan or brings on change, but looks like he is continuing with Farhan for his 4th over. And probably makes sense. He's the batsmen have gotten some momentum, so it makes sense to continue on with your bowler that hasn't conceded as many. Although some might say a change might also do the trick. Try and make the batsman watch a couple of balls, maybe try to figure out what the new bowler is doing. Farhan Ali to continue. Steaming in on that occasion, fired in full and fast outside the off stump. Just a single of that delivery.
Manan Patel on strike now. Taken on the full.
Slow and low. Full toss down to long off. Andy Bryce doing the mop up at long off. Oh dear, it's Saad Ali dancing down the track. I don't think there was really any need for that. Probably an attempt to disrupt the rhythm of the bowler, but only ended up getting an underneath edge on that one. He was quite lucky that the ball didn't ricochet onto the stumps off the bat. Keeper doing a good job there, but the batsman was safely back in his domain. Needless, really, at this stage, that maneuver. Wouldn't you say that, Arun?
Yeah.
He's seeing the ball well. He's striking the ball well. Playing
He has
his
to
usual
just
game.
wait for this bowler to complete his over. Because other bowlers he has been targeting very well. It's a no
Shot
ball.
there, picked
No.
up off the middle.
No ball called by the umpire.
No dear, Farhan Ali after those first two good overs, probably just trying a bit too much. He knows he's bowled well those first two overs, hasn't picked up wickets. That's probably what's driving him to try and strive for that little bit extra, maybe thinking a bit too much and trying a bit too hard. Free hit, the second free hit that Manan Patel has had the chance to face. The first one, he couldn't really capitalize on it. Let's see what he does on this occasion. Slow full toss, and this time he takes full measure of the free hit. No concerns there about getting caught, not just because it was a free hit, but also it fell safely about 20 feet outside the boundary. So beautifully picked up there. The full toss, always easy pickings for batsmen in general. And when you're a batsman like Manan Patel that's set and seeing the ball well, there can only be one outcome, and that's exactly what happened.
And the 200 free hit.
Huge six there over mid-wicket. 93 for 2, the Chicago Tigers. Full on middle stump, thrashed down the ground for 4 down to long on. This is proving to be an expensive over from Farhan Ali. Just conceded 8 in his first 2 and now has conceded 10 thus far in his over. Actually 14 with that boundary. I think it's safe to say that Farhan Ali will probably be taken out of the attack after this over. He still has one remaining. So Zishan Maqsood, the skipper, would probably be looking to give him a bit of a break. Let him gather his thoughts and his stamina and come back maybe towards the later part of the innings. Slow, low, full toss again on the leg side. Will the batsman look for a second? Yes, they are, and they will make it comfortably. The fielder down at long on quite deep, and so is the fielder down at cow corner. And the batsmen have enough time to scamper back for a second. One short of at the close of the 10th over. So they're pretty much matching the Michigan Cricket Stars in terms of run rate. So in case you're watching this, folks, please don't get up and go anywhere, because one half is done and the second half promises to be even more thrilling than the first half, if the way the game is set up now is any indication of it. This match between the Michigan Cricket Stars and the Chicago Tigers, part of the Pacific Conference of the US Minor League Cricket Championship. Lots of good teams in this competition. Chicago, Texas, from California, Midwestern United States, Seattle. Plenty of exciting games in store. Lots of good players, up and coming players, some even international, as we see with Zishan Maqsood and Nauman Anwar playing for the Michigan Cricket Stars here today. Lots of good cricket on offer, all brought to you on Willow TV. Stars, the captain Zishan Maqsood himself entering the attack with his slow left armers. Tossed up and a little bit wide on the offside, and Saad Ali just lets that one go through. Oh dear, that one was right in the slot, and that's been dispatched for a huge 6 over wide long on. Well, you might have captained the Omani national team, but Saad Ali says, welcome to the bowling crease, Mr. Maqsood.
He completed his 50.
Oh yes, and that indeed brings up his 50. What a grand way to bring up. Not much noise from the Chicago Tigers camp. Now some of them realize that Saad Ali, no, he's actually moved on to 49.
49,
So that's
okay,
why
one
there
shot,
is
one
no
shot.
noise. He's one run short of his half century. Zishan Maqsood now immediately some food for thought. Where is he going to bowl this one? Much fuller and straighter on that occasion. Defended by Saad Ali. Not quite sure if the batsman is aware of how close he is to a half century. That really doesn't matter because he has slashed that over to the offside. Oh dear, that would have been a magnificent catch had the fielder managed to grab that one, but that one dropping just short of the fielder, racing in from the deep extra cover boundary. Great attempt there, but Saad Ali goes to a magnificent half century of just 29 deliveries, 2 fours, 5 sixes. So 42 of his 50 coming in boundaries. That is a phenomenal striking of the cricket ball. Oh dear, Zishan dropping that one shot. Well, that was really a rank long hop. Not one that you would expect from a bowler of Zishan Maqsood's caliber. But Manan Patel on that occasion gleefully accepting the error in length and dispatching that over the mid-wicket fence for a maximum. So the Michigan Cricket Stars now finding themselves on the back foot. There seemed to be a bit of a sedate period, and this is what I was referring to. Before you know it, the opposition can step on the gas, and that's what the Chicago Tigers have done. On the off stump this time, turning away from the right-hander, and Manan Patel on that occasion stepping back and cutting that through the vacant cover area for a single. And before you know it, the Chicago Tigers have moved on to a 113 at the close of the 11th over.
Good over that for Chicago Tigers. 2 huge sixes coming.
The current partnership is 91 already of just 57 deliveries. These two came together when their side was in a modicum of trouble. 22 for 2. But that just seems so far away now, so far back.
When you said 2 for 22 of 2.2 overs.
Exactly, that's right.
Since then, these people have really taken their team to a flyer.
Desperate measure there from the skipper Zishan Maqsood, bringing back the opening bowler Zia Khan. You would have ideally liked to hold him off towards the end of the innings, but then the way the Chicago Tigers are going, what's the point of holding back your strike bowler, right? Might as well introduce him back into the attack to see if he can get you that
They
breakthrough.
are looking for wicket now.
Right.
They need to break this partnership, otherwise they will walk away. Starts off with a wide.
Not quite the start. Zishan and the Michigan Cricket Stars and Zia Khan himself would have wanted. Both batsmen scoring at a fair clip, around 150. Good ball there. Fielder from mid-off running back and cutting off this the batsman from taking a potential second run. And Manan Patel quite happy to take the single on that occasion to give the strike back to Saad Ali. The sun's blazing down here on the ground, as is Saad, who's blazing the ball to all corners of the field. Zia Khan running in. Bangs it in short, not the length to bowl to a batsman who's in very good touch. Magnificent effort there by Andre Bryce on the boundary. Running around from the long on fence all the way to cow corner. Stretching out his left arm and pulling that ball back in just before it crossed the rope. Magnificent effort there by the fielder. Saad Ali would have thought that he would have gotten more than just the two that he got. On that occasion, that one pitch dug in short again by Zia Khan. Much fuller on that occasion, and the ball just being defended back to the bowler. The bowlers today have looked so good when they've just hit that right length and maintained that line. It's only when they've tried to do a bit too much and ended up straying on the line and the length is when they have come under fire. Down the leg side, some sound as the ball went past the batsman, but probably off the thigh pad. The plasticky thud of the ball sounding quite different to the knocking sound that would come had the ball gone off the bat. Dug in short on the off. Shouts of catch it, but there was nobody there. The ball was well in the gap. And Saad Ali with his long strides making it back for a comfortable 2. Driven down the ground towards mid-on for a single as the umpire calls over. So the Chicago Tigers at an even 10 per over, 120 for 2 at the end of 12.
So Chicago Tigers cruising here. They've got another 8 overs to go and only 50 odd runs to get. Both the batsmen well set now, playing some beautiful shots, both lofted drives as well as ground shots. We got to see some good cricketing shots being played by both these batsmen. They've almost put 100 runs for this partnership. Oh, they put 100 runs?
98.
98 runs. Beautiful drive.
And with that, the partnership moves on to 99. These two have staged a tremendous recovery for the Chicago Tigers after coming together at 22 for 2. Initially consolidating and then cutting loose on the somewhat errant bowling from the Michigan Cricket Stars. Andre Bryce over pitches it, and what a way to bring up the 100 partnership. Manan Patel there latching onto that full one from Andre Bryce on middle stump, beautifully driving it past the bowler, and the ball screams past the boundary ropes and the commentators table towards the straight boundary, and for 4. 125 comes up for the Chicago Tigers. 103 this partnership, brought up in grand style. Change in line from Andre Bryce. Round the wicket now. Single down to mid-wicket.
What a partnership this has been for Chicago Tigers. They were tottering at 22 for 2. They started very slow, but grew in confidence and now striking it beautifully.
Banged in shot again by Andre Bryce. Not much damage done, however. The batsman having to drag that one from wide outside off. Fielder at mid-wicket doing a good job, throwing himself to his left and containing the batsman to just a single. Saad Ali on 57, Manan Patel on 42. Full toss, but clearly missing leg stump. Even the bowler recognizing the futility of that appeal. Raising his hands immediately in apology to the umpire. Leg byes signalled. Full on middle and off. Saad Ali quite content on that occasion to just drill the ball down to long off for a single. As Bryce finishes his over. 9 runs coming off that 13th over, taking the Chicago Tigers on to 129 for 2. 46 required in 7 overs, plenty of wickets in hand. The required run rate under 7 now, which in today's times is considered quite manageable.
Michigan Tigers have to pick up wickets. Spread out field, doing no good for them. placing the deliveries for their singles and picking up odd boundaries. Arjun coming back into the attack.
And that's been smashed past the bowler's head. Down to long on, fielder coming in, and the return is not quite good enough to cause any problems to the batsmen as they scamper back for a couple. The straight fielders standing somewhat quite wide, and they're a lot
Beg your
straighter
pardon,
now.
it is Farhan Ali, not Arjun.
Full on the off from Farhan Ali on that occasion. Yet another single, and they can do it in singles now, the Chicago Tigers. They will get the odd boundary from the odd errant ball, so no real need to take undue risks. They're going along at a good rate. They have plenty more wickets left in the bag. All they really have to do is for these two batsmen to shepherd them over the line and win the game for them. As Farhan Ali pulls up again, so he's had a bit of issues with his run up today. He's pulled up at least on 3 or 4 occasions now. First 2 overs went only for 8, came in for a bit of stick, went for 14 in his third over, conceded 3 so far in this over. And make that his 3 runs and a wicket for this over, because that one, a low full toss on leg stump, was dispatched out towards the mid-wicket fence, only to find the fielder running in and taking a tumbling catch. Good catch there taken by the fielder, and that brings to an end a wonderful innings from Manan Patel. 42 of just 29 balls. He'll feel hard done to have missed out on a half century there, but he's done his job for his team. Brilliant innings there, and he set up the Chicago Tigers on course for a successful chase here. So the third wicket falls for the Chicago Tigers. Manan Patel applauded all the way into his dugout by his teammates, appreciative of his invaluable effort.
So a wonderful partnership comes to an end.
A match-winning partnership, one gets the feeling. But cricket is a funny game. You never quite know. This might well be the opening that the Michigan Cricket Stars were eagerly awaiting. So, team huddle there. Some refreshments as well to try and get the energy flowing
they
again.
need to attack. Otherwise, Chicago Tigers will just manage in singles. In Michigan Cricket Stars, they need to pick up wickets at regular intervals.
Yes, just dot balls are not going to cut it anymore. The Michigan Cricket Stars have no other way to win this game other than just take wickets, as the Chicago Tigers skipper makes his way to the crease. Calvin Savage at the non-striker's end because the batsman crossed. The rule that the new batsman faces regardless of crossing over or not, probably not being implemented in this tournament, as Saad Ali pulls that one away to the deep square. Fielder for a single. Oh, and no backing up again by the Michigan Cricket Stars, and the alert batsman run back for a second. And really, this kind of sloppiness at this stage of the game is inexcusable by the Michigan Cricket Stars. They're already on the back foot. The last thing they want is to give away freebies of that sort. Farhan Ali needs to deliver the next 3 balls. Excuse me. Like how he delivered the first 2 overs of his spell. Low full toss on the off stump on that occasion, driven down to long off for a single. Hit past the bowler on that occasion. Fielder from long off coming in. A bit of calling between the long off and the long on fielders as to who will get the ball first, but Andre Bryce from long off is the winner of that particular race. Returns the ball back as the Tigers go through for a single. Under 40 now, the target, 39 required in the remaining 6 overs, 7 wickets in hand. The current run rate well over the required run rate for the Chicago Tigers.
Big conference as to who would be bowling the balance overs.
And that's a good sign that the think tank for the Michigan Cricket Stars is actively trying to figure out a strategy on how to go from here. It's you don't see the shoulders dropping. That's a very good sign. There's still a chance. 2 or 3 quick wickets here, and the game might again swing back in favor of the Michigan Cricket Stars. So cricket's a funny game. Anything can happen. And funny happenings of that sort is what Zishan Maqsood and his boys would be hoping for at this stage.
So Mohammad Mohsin coming into the attack now. Well spread out feet.
Mohsin conceded 10 of his first over.
Good ball.
Getting it right on that occasion. Little leg break, starting on middle and leg, ending up on off. Defended by Calvin Savage. Quick single there, and the ploy by the batsman worked. The fielder there having a shy at the stumps, nobody backing up again at the bowlers, and the ball going through all the way to long on, where the fielder does the return. But in the meantime, Calvin Savage has returned for a second. So smart thinking there. Wouldn't have been quite smart had that been a direct hit, but played down to long on that occasion. And the Chicago Tigers looking to do it comfortably here. That ball slightly on the shorter side, but not really short enough to be called a long hop, not providing enough room to the batsman either. A half pull there to for a single. Well bowled there, slightly flatter, slightly faster on that occasion, not much turn. Calvin Savage sensibly letting that one go through to the keeper.
Wasim doing a good job so far. This time.
Oh dear, this one's been swung out to the mid-wicket fence. Loud call there by the square leg fielder saying he'll get it, but unfortunately he doesn't. He drops a sitter down on the boundary. Bit of consternation there from the mid-wicket fielder, suggesting that probably it was his call and his catch. However, all that means is that the Michigan Cricket Stars have let yet another chance through their fingers, quite literally, and Calvin Savage and Saad Ali have crossed over for 2 runs. End of the over there.
I think this is the third catch they are dropping.
Yes, there was the one at square leg, and then this one, and I think there was one more there in the middle as well. So yes, the one at cover, the first ball I think driven by Manan Patel, that was grassed. So yes, 3 chances going a begging there. Chicago Tigers at 142 for 3 in 15 overs, 5 more overs to go, 30 legal deliveries, 33 runs required. And at this stage, you really have to say it's the Chicago Tigers' game to lose. They just need to keep it sensible, not try anything too fancy. Michigan Cricket Stars, on the other hand, desperately have to pull out some rabbits out of the top of the hat to try and swing the pendulum back in their favour. They'd hope Andy Bryce is the man to do it. Flicked away for a single. Momentary interest on the part of Saad Ali to go back for a second, but Calvin Savage resolutely and rightfully saying no. The giant side screen swaying in the gentle breeze that's blowing across the ground at this point. Doesn't bother the batsman much though. Slow and full outside off, drilled by Calvin Savage towards the point fielder. Andy Bryce to Saad Ali. Down the track, gets it on the full and drills it down to long on for just a single. Saad Ali really has been the point person for this chase, if you will. 66 of just 43 deliveries. And he's provided the impetus and been the anchor for that innings as Calvin Savage manages to get the ball edged down to fine leg. They'll still get a couple. The bowler throwing up his arms in despair at that. .4, no maidens, 1 for 37 from Andy Bryce. Full toss again on middle stump. They do have the protection there. Ryan Scott doing the mopping up at long on. Ryan Scott, of course, easily distinguishable by his flowing locks from underneath his hat. Oh dear, that one's been mishit by Saad Ali. Oh, that would have been a brilliant catch had the fielder actually held on to it. The fielder from short square leg basically ran, or actually fine leg, ran all the way to deep square leg. Catches over your shoulder running back are never the easiest, and the fielder did a remarkable job in even reaching the ball in the first place, but unfortunately couldn't hold on to it. So Saad Ali survives that mishit and survives the end of that over. And that brings up the 150 for the Chicago Tigers. A 150 for 3 at the end of the 16th over. 25 needed now in 4.
Valiant effort that run almost 20 meters behind. It would have been a wonderful catch had he.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.
Through and grasped at long on again. It's one of those awkward catches. You're never quite sure whether you should hang back and let the ball bounce to you, or whether seemed like there might have been a bit of a little technical glitch there in the middle. So let's just take a moment to appreciate Saad Ali's magnificent knock of 69 of just 46 deliveries. And it's only fair that an innings of that quality was brought to an end by an equally good quality catch. Mohsin taking the catch off his own bowling. Prithvesh Patel, the new batsman, also ending up at the non-striker end because the batsman had crossed over the course of that catch. Oh, brilliant ball there. Might have been a little wrong one, or at least an arm ball that held its line. Calvin Savage there playing for the turn that didn't exist, and getting beaten all ends up. That one tossed up a bit more on middle stump. The call from the batsman is 2, and they will make it comfortably. So good hustle there shown by the Chicago Tigers batsman. More balls left in this over. Mohsin has kept it quite tight this over. There's only 4 runs in the over so far. 1 ball to go. And the batsmen are quite content to just place it out onto the leg side and come through for a single. End of the 17th over, bowled there by Mohammad Mohsin. Good over there, as acknowledged by some of his teammates. And the Chicago Tigers are at 155 for 4 at the end of the 17th over. 20 more required in 3 overs. This might still be an exciting one, Aaron. What do you think?
Yeah. 18 balls, 20 runs.
Certainly seems a lot more closer when you say it that way.
Now both the set batsmen out. Long conference as to who would be bowling. Almost 7 or 8 men getting around and discussing the strategy.
There were a few mini conferences going on, and then now they've all come together to try and coordinate their strategies, I suppose. Zishan Maqsood is an experienced campaigner. He's captained at the highest level, so I'm pretty sure he would look to have a few tricks up his sleeve to try and stretch the Chicago Tigers as much as they can. The next 2 overs are going to be the most crucial. If they can contain this 18th and then the 19th over, then that makes the game really, really interesting. If they can curtail the Chicago Tigers from getting less than 10 runs in the next 2 overs, then that makes the game very, very interesting. It's a tall order, and they've gone to the right man for it. Zia Khan is the one that's coming back into the attack to bowl this all-crucial 18th over. Zia has a tough task ahead of him. He has to concede 5 or maybe even less than that in this over and try to bowl it really tight. Interesting strategy there. They are bringing the long off in. They've kept the sweeper outside, which means it's probably going to be full and wide outside off. The strategy? No, instead it's a rank.
You're watching the Toyota Minor League Cricket Championship, presented by Sunoco.